Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. Any package with the label on them already?
Nope. I mean, you have a package with a label?
No.
So the cheapest option I have for those is going to be UPS Scrum for $16.44. It's going to be around quick. Do you have an Amazon profile?
Yeah, but we have to include the label.
Do you have a code?
I do.
Yes, he has the code.
Okay, we can actually get you a order with it.
The code. Yeah, he's got a code.
Well, here's one of them.
I've got the other one.
Okay, perfect. Want me to carry this out for you?
I think I've got it.
All right.
So the box is going to come out between 1958 and 1955.
Yes, ma'am.
I just need to sign this.
Easiest way possible, no rush.
Do you need tracking? No.
That was easy. Okay.
Go ahead and sign that for me.
Any labels already? Amazon card, anything? Just over here.
Good.
$7.82. And that's your envelope, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You have a
Thank
great day.
you.
I just had one more question. If I were to ship like some pieces of wood that were about like that long and like that about yay,
Okay.
and say like a couple states away, do you think you could give me like a rough estimate for that?
Yeah. How wide did you say it was going to be?
Maybe like that wide.
And then.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
something like that.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like a receipt for it?
Do you know the zip
All right,
code?
you're good to go.
No idea, but maybe just like an adjacent state to here, something.
It's kind of hard without the item here and the postal code it'd be going to.
Maybe try like Indiana or something, or just someplace there.
Random zip code.
What's a zip code in Bloomington, Indiana?
That works.
I can't find a zip code for that.
Why'd you pick Bloomington?
And that was the first city that popped up. I think I have relatives there.
That's funny. I'll check it out.
46001.
Cool.
Alexandria.
Alright. So, kind of like a rough estimate, it'd be about $100.
Okay.
Yeah. It might be cheaper, it just depends on a lot of where it's going, and then once we get like the exact dimensions of the box and stuff like that, we'd be able to check it out. But yeah, so
Cool.
roughly about $100, maybe less,
And is that
maybe more.
is that 100 all shipping or is that part
That's
packing?
all shipping. Packaging, with kind of what you gave me, the packaging, if it was just the box, it'd be about $13.
Okay.
And then if it was a little bit smaller, the box we had would be about $9.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Good to know. Thank you.
No problem.
wide, isn't it?
Yes, and then the bag is sliding. I'm trying to stand as I walk in.
Do I have to get these things at the front?
Here you are, ma'am. Have a wonderful night.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
How's it going?
I'm going. I'm exhausted. How are you?
Good. Are you almost done working?
No, not until 11:30. From my other job in the morning, so I can sleep in.
That's good.
But I just been up since about 4 or 5.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I got off work and came straight here.
Do you do that schedule often?
Yes.
That's nuts.
Okay, is this the Amazon return?
Exactly, yep.
Oh God, I'm glad I'm not processing Amazon's.
Is it annoying?
Huh?
Is it annoying?
No, it's just big and I'm
Okay.
little. Is it heavy?
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always get the heavy stuff every time I process anything. Is it damaged in any way?
No, it's good.
All right, you're gonna get a coupon back. It's 25% off. It is valid for 7 days. You also get an extra $5. It does exclude our major brands like Nike and Under Armour. Those things, but your confirmation is at the bottom of it. All right, here you are.
Cool. Thank you.
And you are done.
Should I just...
Yes,
Right
sir.
there. Cool.
All right, have a wonderful night.
Thank you, you too. Not too heavy, right?
Yeah, it is. Give me 1 second, man.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Hello. Did you have to pay for shipping for the speaker?
Yeah.
How much did it cost?
It was 200 after shipping.
It was 200 after shipping?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. real frightening. Look, I get real disrespectful when niggas get neglectful of what we do over here. I'll bridge stand the fuck up. Yeah. Live from the DM, I'm hollering at your BM. We discussing which color casket you about to leave in. I did this shit for no reason, I'm letting rookies battle. But how did I get in this battle with a boogie shadow? Big Apple, New York City, more than Viddy. How can I beef with a dude only popping in 4 cities? I made fours with ditties and sat top floors with 50s, and now I'm fully open. I play the bully on them, call for your squad, your rescue get decimated. You looking like a Styles P nephew that never made it. Forever hate on niggas like Boogie and me, cause we was popping in New York mark in every hood that you see. The day you beat me will be the day you see. See how I'm feeding you one love and then they feed me. Don't let these niggas gas you on that podcast to CC. High bridge the label, but only one of y'all on TV. Only one of y'all are seeing wars and eat with the stars. It ain't really hard to figure out who I'm speaking of for. Now that my foot and knee in the door, let's talk about it. And I'm walking out it. We about to see the Quincy body with the chalk around it. I got the full baggage. You drive a Jeep Wrangler, the basic edition. Shit ain't even the full package. Someone tell Quincy I turn beef into mincemeat. Hottest of the century, why did he go up against me? I show niggas love and hatred, niggas wanna throw back. He tempted me, but never had this energy for Kodak. You paid Dream Doll for a feature to get the pussy, and somehow you think you fucking with me. The first night I seen Dream Doll, I fucked her for free, and now you walk around like somehow you got one up on me. Nigga, please, this your brother part. This nigga found Soulja Boy, Gucci headband, and wore it in his cover art. Why battle with a boogie shadow? Why battle with a boogie shadow? He ain't even a chapter, he ain't even a factor. QP and Bubba touching way more money than them, they ain't even the rappers. It hurts when you kill a nigga you love. Ironic that the soul throws from the niggas that slugs. Chewing these niggas with no ingestion. I got a real message from my brother Quincy, my nigga, it's time to go get tested. It's a couple hoes and starlets, I know you infected. You really out here fucking raw with a scrotum infection. And what's worse is you know it, still you go unprotected. You need to focus on the hit, need to go get a record. So you can find a dog Q in the whole nigga section. Go get injected with whatever medicine you need to clear up. Cause them pills ain't working for every time it flare up. Yuck, I'ma let you breathe on that. I'm really begging that you think about your physical health. You'll never see your fucking album on a physical shelf. I'll beat your ass with your kid with the belt. You never flipped it to sell. You're not a hustler, your daddy was a customer. I got the info from your baby mama playing info. You drive a farm, but them $2,500 hostess ain't enough for you to pay those rentals. You a shameless mental, well my aim is mental. Fuck it, my whole mood I showed y'all, fuck it. My dick I done told y'all suck it. I'll punch your fat ass in your stomach and make everything in it go up it. You wrote a tape for your nigga that died. You made a promise it would pop and that this shit would be live. Hurts that you had to tell my nigga a lie. Cause that mixtape flopped and so did your other 5. Put the gun aside, my nigga, you ain't the one to shoot. Big guns, nigga, you got locked for a 22. Pussy gotta keep a gun on his waist. Cause you little niggas scared to get punched in your face. Jada said it best, Quincy made his bed to rest. Invest in a better vest, better for my case. These bullets rather hit your head and chest. Quit acting like you the mob, you tryna play Gianni. But you got ran out of Amazon and Aviani. The bridge is over, the bridge is over. I got an extra long clip that'll hit your soldiers. My hands shoot like shampoo, hit his head and shoulders. I sent his 9-year-old a Barbie just to say condolences. Not the money on the head, 40 minutes on stage, can put 100 on his head. I made so much, millions and hundreds of this bread. I could have the whole high bridge coming for his head. Top floor, black stock in the top drawer by the 38. By the bring the Quincy Anderson up to the pearly gates. Your daughter just came from turning 8 and taking L's right in front of us. What you trying to perpetrate? All this blood they need regurgitate. Don't let my Bronx niggas move and have to boost up the murder rate. But since we going here, I let you know I'm here. Because this record right here is about to give you more shine than they boogie ever gave you in your whole career. I spit fire. You from the east side of the Bronx, you just a high bridge dick rider. You mad at my nigga Moolah cause his shit hotter. I know how it feels. Now I'm lying, I don't know how it feels. I just know that everywhere I go, a nigga know I'm supposed to be real. So now I don't know how exposing me feel. Fuck nigga. Just keep it real, I'm only doing this shit with you once. You know, I hope you enjoy this shit though. I hope you take this as a blessing, you know. This is a lot of pay-per-view time you're getting right now. I know you're not used to this, you a little frightened. But it's okay, my son, you know I still fuck with you, nigga. You know what I mean? At least off this, at least the celebrities might know your name now, you know? I hope I did that for you. Oh, in other words, too, you wild ugly, nigga. Wild fucking ugly, nigga. You wild ugly, nigga. Fuck out of here. And it goes on, kill a pussy nigga with his pantyhose on. The gun is equipped for whatever hand it goes on. To kill a backpack nigga with his jams poured on. Geek ass nigga, dweeb ass nigga, never had a G-pass nigga. About to ski mask his ass and eat fast nigga. Pull a heat fast and blast and leave that nigga with a seat back nigga. I'm a #1 nigga in no time. I've been waiting for a nigga to give me the showtime. In the jungle waiting for you to slip on the oak vine. I'ma do this nigga like I was chewing the pork rind nigga. Eminem couldn't get you to $1 million on the gram. Chris Brown tried nigga failed both times. I done took a page to $1 million in a day. If you ask me nigga, I'm your motherfucking cosign. I'ma hit a pussy ass nigga with a clothesline. I'ma have to catch niggas slipping in my own time. I just hit a flame on the private ass plane out of match. Catch niggas slipping in the soul tap. You see what go around, come around and go around. So I got a soul go around like a go around. Let these niggas know I'm not the one to toe around. Singing that nigga, not the one to leave your whole round. I'm about to hit him with the end of the K. Wait till my niggas in heaven, I'm about to send them away. I'm exhausted, I kill this nigga 2 times, 24 hours, man, this shit been a repetitive day. Nigga tell me is it join the Lucas, Lucas join the I'm the nigga who destroy your coup, deploy your late, drop your who's a lawyer, buy your contract from them back and be who employ your who's going to who's condoning, juice and jumping, let your bitch, you too for joining, tryna ask you pussy head nigga who the fuck wants smoke with these light skinned niggas in your crew too spooked to join, and I'm a nasty nigga that you can ask these nigga, the shotty dumb and popping about in the backseat nigga, I'm about to leave his body bloody like a maxi nigga, I tax these niggas, get at these niggas, attack these niggas, the venomous arachne nigga, I'm about to kill the man in the man in the back, these niggas and blame any man that'll try to dap you niggas and clap any stand fan that'll track you nigga. See, your daddy was a musician and never made it, cause when you was born nigga, it was you and him. Shattered knowing he would never make it as an artist, and the odds of his life probably be 2 to 1. But I give it to him cause he didn't run. I guess he figured, man, when you look at it in a nutshell, all I got is a film music career, and my revenge is giving this shit to my son, nigga. I'm a flossy nigga, they tryna toss me, nigga. The footy to think them off me, nigga. I block niggas, Chris Bossy niggas. I got figures, Chris Cross you niggas. I dump niggas, jump Chris Cross you niggas. The pump, leave him stumped in the car, see nigga. The skunk in the trunk was an awkward nigga. They thought he didn't need to have caution with him. A cornball with a Boston fitted. I said, hold on, my nigga, man, this shit crazy. You fuck A-Lex, man, this shit crazy. Nigga said he out here running threesomes with the nigga that's a court dealing with the kid cases. I'ma hit a stain and I hit a bad one. Pull up on a nigga, hold him up for ransom. I got 5 plaques this year, did a whole song, never, still don't even have one, nigga. And my little homie, that's a bad one, nigga. Really feel bad for you, it's a sad one, nigga. Oh yeah, that's daddy, maybe you can have one, nigga. Hit me for a hug and maybe get a plaque, young nigga. Shot go out of way, know I act my nigga. Tomorrow, they be talking about you, got smack, young nigga, for the pack, my nigga. I'm keeping this shit a stack, my nigga. The Liddy verse was whack, my nigga. They go hard my dog when I go harder, nigga. At your head with the fade like a barber, nigga. Gotta come for the road and I'm a harbor, niggas. Be smart like a harbor, nigga. Don't starve a nigga. And you got a problem with it, but nigga, I know how to solve it, nigga. This is my son, I'ma tell him like Star Wars Lucas. I am your father, nigga. You will perpetrate and work for hire, twerk for payment, bust a rhyme, impersonate and work for this baby. Irksome daily, hurts to say your burger flipping, birthed in 80s, trying to be a 90s baby, 30 something, trying to chase it, trying to make it. Rocks designer, kinda fakes it, hates to face it. That he'll never be a nigga that replaced with A-list niggas. Damn, here's what he's thinking right now. I'm Jonah Lucas. Why did I start with this guy? Tory Lane's coming back. What am I gonna do this time? They ain't like none of my diss lines. Everybody knows I can spit it in quick time. Even if the lines is the shit, he get 6 lines. But this time they ain't really letting me get by. Fuck, I'm finna do with this shit now. Damn, I know this nigga finna be wild. Knowing this nigga about to kill me on an OD now. Don't nobody ever wanna book me for a show. I ain't got no songs when I go and spit freestyles. Try to make songs by the pressure, but nobody ever get it. So I take it out on poppin' niggas beats now. I ain't never trap, I ain't never slug a gap, but the world don't know. So fuck it, I'm a G now. Now what the fuck wrong with him? I know something wrong with him. I got 100 bunch of bullets, but to put them all in him. Nigga walked in with 100 round in him. Never seen a nigga chicken, I was coming down in it. Glock 9 nigga gotta run around with it. I'm a son nigga, keep at least one around with it. Backpack niggas ain't selling no wrecks, better dump it down with it when you come around with it. This shit is easy, man. Yo, it's crazy, nigga. I'm really being very generous, you know. Like, I'm really doing you a favor. There's not a lot of niggas in my status to come down just to, you know, to come down and spank you niggas' balls, man. It's crazy, but you know, I'm gonna do for you what niggas didn't do for me. That's older brother status. So if you blow from this point on, you're cool, son, nigga. You know what it is. Hey, slow, that's facts, right? Big facts. Word to Ralph, nigga. Word to Javante, too, nigga. You know what's going on, nigga. You know what the fuck going on, nigga. One umbrella, good dang, nigga. shit still bothers me. And the shit still bothers me. In December, runny nose, cold shoulder. Not enough, gonna need outdoor sun. Seen it all and I swear that's just us. Give me a call if you need a touch. Dollar, dollar, rewind. 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 Not enough for up, move to the side. Runner up, fuck around, never let me by. Promise that I will stay out of reach, fuck on, cause the shit still bothers me. Not enough for up, move to the side. Runner up, fuck around, never let me by. Promise that I will stay out of reach, fuck on, cause the shit still bothers me. And the shit still bothers me. You see, our casa, when you drown out, it's not water. Go home now, sayonara. Go home now, sayonara. Dollar, dollar, rewind. Dollar, dollar, rewind. Dollar, dollar, rewind. Dollar, dollar, rewind.
It's like drop top music. It's like I might have to rent me a drop top, you know, on the drop top, so I'm gonna have to rent one so I can feel the shit. You feel me? I see things clearer than ever. Yeah, popsicle juice on my leather, that's what I get. Just had to say yes. Had to change my idea to success. Stay in my lane, they don't trip on the nets. What's for me and be what I'ma get. Hecklers wanna buy my set. I am not upset, jokes on you, I still got a check. Every real rapper realizes I'm a threat. Hand over the button like Kim Jong, but I'm calm like Obama them. I have never seen a single battle Conor didn't win. I have never seen a poppin' rapper with a missing limb. Scratch rap, anything. Technically I won already, I'm just saying. It took a minute for myself to understand. My destiny was already in my hands. Name drops, I hit name drops. Associates, old friends, got suggestions. Nikki poppin' on, she ain't never met me. Niggas got opinions, don't even know me. I don't even want the crown, I'm just doing me. Mike Will, Metro, they about as old as me. Wanna be mentioned with them, not just some old beef. If you're reading this, was like 2015. I lost a leg in 16. Look, if you can't tell by now, I ain't about to hype. I create waves, I'm not the wave riding type. Big mistakes, grave ones I made throughout life. Trying to learn from them, do it better next time. Collaborated with my favorite rapper a few times. I don't want none of his credit, I'm just focused on mine. I was making songs back when I had a job. I do have a life, 2 kids and a dog. I ain't tripping at all. Not at all. You know, more than just a prop, you know, or a person too, you know. I've been asking her this. Fuck this shit, man. Shout out to Conor. You know, never knew before. That's a nigga that I fuck with and I respect, you know. I'm trying to make music, you know what I'm saying, and box with these niggas. Shout out to Conor, shout out to goddamn Super Duper Kyle, shout out to goddamn motherfucking Slick Jig, Fat Man Key. Everybody doing their thing. Rico Nancy, everybody doing their thing, man. Shout out to all of y'all, bro. I'm inspired by y'all. You know, I'm out here doing my thing too, bro. You know, I know y'all get caught up in that, but 317, man. For what?
I'm not a golden god. I'm not a wicked one. I'm not a child of greed. I'm not your favorite son. I'm not a flip on the screen. I'm gonna step back.
thing about every city in Alabama, Birmingham especially.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't live together.
Appreciate you, son. My peer.
Okay. I don't think Birmingham has much of
No. You. Think that for that's
Separate and baby.
so again. Yeah. Yep. Come on. You gotta go all the time? Nice.
You see how much? Really wants some shrimp, dude. Thank you. I'm going to spend these coupons. Straight from the bed. Punishment. Been deal.
The money that he made, so I think that he had a lot of money. Okay, see. Oh, see. Was we had Will you come back tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Can I bring some? Can I bring about the love of my life, please?
Yeah, bring the love of your
times, like on the way there and back. Testing, testing, testing. Maybe. You want to? Davey, you can come up here. Okay. Alright, okay. Go to this one. Just put them side by side. Yeah.
few videos. I don't know if the notifications are on or not. It's supposed to interactive, but. Last night. That's sexy. Oh, shit, sexy. Well, you should assume that everything in this project would operate about the same as it would operate in normal life, and so I think that would be that's the yeah, that is the analog that you should use. So, yeah, I was born. What advice can you share some people who follow your footsteps and they know so they plan to? Which I have on make it available. Unless you want to ask a Lifestream question. How long did you test it out before 2019? Everyone is going to ask you about that. Unless you want to ask a Lifestream question. How long did you test it out before 2019? That's a before 2019. That's a really good question, Fez. I'm surprised no one's asked that before. I started test bit worked reasonably well. I figured out a lot of important things of adult sites. Will you ever consider doing something like just now? Considering fights, will you ever consider doing something like this again? I don't know. I think that the way that I'm doing the project right now is obviously to be.
What up, Big Mike?
What's up, Conor Hayes?
Dude, I didn't get an epithet.
Oh, what?
That's pretty, like a nickname. That's pretty fucked up, man. I called you Big Mike. You come back with my full name.
Well, I could have added your middle name in, but I didn't. It's because I
my dad. What's up, man? I'm just calling to say hello. Is that an okay time?
No, now's a good time. I'm just sitting here at my computer, just pressing buttons and just moving files around.
Dude, honestly, you sound like you're in a similar state of like existential angst right now.
Yeah, man, what's going on? What are you up to? Like, what's going on through your mind and stuff?
You know, like the sound that like electric yellow Comic Sans would make on a Word document if you could make a sound. That's what my brain's case like right now.
Dude, imagine trying to explain that to, like, that sentence you just said to, like, someone who is not us in this generation. Like,
That's true. It's like a millennial code. It's like the equivalent of, like, Cherokee code talkers, or Navajo code talkers in World War II, except it's a generation war and it's against the boomers.
Is that a thing that people use Cherokee code?
Navajo, I screwed up. Yeah, because Navajo was like, didn't have any, basically like nobody could learn to speak it.
Okay.
And they figured, and there weren't any like resources to learning it, even in the United States. So they hired like a bunch of Navajo Indians to just like talk to each other in their normal ass language, like over the radio, to be code in World War II.
That's so nuts. That's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Was anyone able to crack their Navajo language?
No.
Wow, that's awesome. How creative.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
I love how we can apply like basic human things to war and find a way to
And then we continued to systematically press the rest of the board. So that was good.
Yeah, that's cool.
Dude, I'm distressed.
Is that a child?
Yeah, that's what's distressing me.
It's telling you, I'm distressed just hearing that one thing.
I'm actually walking in the most beautiful place right now, though.
Where's that?
Which is like Balboa Island in Newport Beach. You ever been there?
Balboa Island. Is that, there's like a mall there, right?
There is a mall in Newport Beach that is inland of Balboa Island.
Okay.
You're thinking of Fashion Island, and that is said mall.
Okay, alright.
Fashion Island is not, in fact, an island. However, Balboa Island is an island. You're getting your islands mixed up.
That's cool. You like Newport?
Yeah. I grew up here.
Really?
Technically, yeah.
I didn't
I
know
only
that.
moved down to San Diego in 9th grade. And I honestly, like, had just kind of blocked out, like, everything before 9th grade in my memory, so it's been kind of funny walking around here, like, remembering stuff.
Did you block it out on purpose?
Kind of. I don't know.
Did you have a rough childhood?
No. I had a rough childhood in Newport Beach, Orange County.
Dude, it's still possible. People can have
That's true.
different kinds of struggles.
Well, yeah. No, I definitely, like, did not have a great time in junior high. I was, like, really sick all the time.
Yeah.
And then also, honestly, like, I kind of, I think when I went to high school, I became much more woke. And I was like, I reject the upper middle class of what I was raised in. I'm a San Diegan now. And now I'm on Balboa Island. And this place is, oh my god, dude. So this is where my parents moved. So I just like walk out of the house and then walk around this island. And like everybody's got their Christmas decorations up. And you can see them like reflected across the canals and stuff. And it's really pretty. And like half the houses have USC flags on them. And I'm like, damn, is this where I'm going to end up?
Oh, man. I don't think so. I don't think you will.
Yeah, I think so. I think. Sure, it's pretty though. It's nice to visit home here. What's going on with you?
Not a lot. My dog, we fed him twice yesterday, I guess. I fed him like 2 cans of food, and then Ethan fed him, and today, and we gave him a big beef bone, and he's been farting a lot today. And he's gone poop like a couple times.
Your dog sounds like me.
Yeah,
when I eat chili.
That's
which
cool.
Is like every day right now.
Is that true?
That's kind of true. It's getting better though. My migraines are really connected with my gut, so as my headaches get better, I fart less.
That's good.
Yeah.
Is chili something that sits very well with you?
Yeah, I love chili.
That's cool.
Chili makes me happy, but it also makes me fart, so
Your
it kind of makes everybody else less happy. Straight up.
Your mom has been nursing you back to health with food?
Yeah.
That's good.
She actually hired a cook that cooks meals for me like once a month and then freezes like 30 of them.
Really?
In like large batch, yeah, and then we just heat it up.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
It's been dope. I'm at the ferry.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about your existential experience that you're.
Sure. Well, it's not even really. It's actually like almost refreshingly not existential. It's just kind of like pretty straightforward.
What is it? Okay, well, can you clarify what that means?
Yeah, well, like an existential crisis is just kind of like I'm in my head floating in a sea of like computer static that feels like lemon hurts on a canker sore. You know, like that's kind of what existential angst is. Like I don't care who I'm talking to or like what's going on in my life. I'm just like kind of like dissociating.
Okay.
That's existential angst. Or thinking about like, you know, the grand woes of humanity. Whereas not that is like I'm sad about something concrete or just upset about it. Or like,
Could it be existential to be sad about? Is it if you're sad about everything? Does that count as being sad about something?
That's a good question. Well, are you sad about everything because of something intrinsic and like because legitimately like, everything in your life that you point to is just like upsetting, or are you sad about everything because something inside of you is coloring the experiences that you're having as negative, despite them being kind of neutral or good?
Well, what if the thing
second one is existential, the first one is not?
What if the thing that is coloring them is something concrete?
Okay. Then I'd say it's not existential, because I think that's kind of my situation.
What's your situation?
I'm having girl problems, man.
I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Honestly, that's what I wanted out of this call. I've done that. I feel better.
I hang up on you right there.
Yeah. I just like start running around the island pumping my fist. Yeah.
Is it the same girl that? Same girl or a new girl, or who is it, man? Or is it important?
It's just I don't know.
Do you?
I think I'll tell you about it in the new year.
Yeah, dude, I'm so interested. I think about all the things and interactions and stuff, and like, I wonder like what information, like what. Well, number one,
you're gonna find out when the year ends.
Not that I'm gonna find out. I wonder what I genuinely missed that I'm never going to find out, and like what aspects of conversations and stuff will just never happen naturally, and like whether I realize it or not during those conversations because of this. But then I also wonder. Secondarily, I think before this year started, I used to ask a lot more like probing questions and like want like personal details from people and stuff like that. And and not necessarily in a bad way. Like I liked it. I felt like I could just have like a very intimate conversation easily, without being worried about it. But now I stopped that completely. You know what I mean? And made a habit of at least like being way less probing with what I ask, because I don't want people to feel pressured to reveal personal details and stuff if they don't want to. And I wonder if that will be a habit that I bring over, or if that's something that will ever change back in the new year.
If you want my like third person perspective, I think that's an interesting thought, and I can see that retrospectively. But the manifestation of that fact that I've most noticed is that like even without like watching the live stream, you are definitely like a more open person with sharing your personal life. I feel like do you want elaboration on that?
Yeah, probably.
Elaboration on that.
Yeah.
I feel like you like freshman, sophomore year, basically like until you did this project, I feel like I felt like we were good friends, and that's like the truth. But I definitely like did not know much about you, and I feel like most people I tend to like I don't really mind that much. Like I feel like I was able to have like a good time and also just be like completely out of the loop in terms of what the hell went on in your head 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And like, but I never would have called you like in the frame of mind that I am in now. Like,
you never would have called just to talk.
I would have never called you like in a state of emotional distress and wanting to talk about my emotional distress. That's for sure.
That's good.
I would have called you in a state of emotional distress, wanting to like go fuck around and forget about it.
Okay. Yeah.
For sure. Like that's definitely like, you know, that's definitely something that I did do. Like, I think I honestly thought of you more as like like more of a tornado than a person.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, you were sort of like an unknowable force of nature that just sort of did things, and it was fun to get picked up by the tornado for a bit and then get dropped off.
Yeah.
Whereas now, like, I feel like I actually know you.
And I don't do anything, so.
Maybe it's a trade-off. Maybe once you start doing things, then you'll be an unknowable force of nature again.
It's very possible.
It's like a tornado. Like when air is transparent, it's still. But then once it starts spinning around, then it becomes opaque.
Ah, yes. And it collects many dangerous projectiles.
Yeah, I think you're an airbender.
Dude, I wish. I spent so much of my childhood wishing I was an airbender. That was the best show ever.
I only watched that when I was in New Zealand for the first time, and I binged that thing so hard.
Did you happen to watch The Legend of Korra as well?
Dude, of course. I definitely watched everything that there was available.
That's really... What did you think of that second series?
Dude, I liked that too. I thought, like, it definitely... I'd say, like, looking back on it, the, like, really strong, like, emotional, like, connections that I have with the show were all built, like, watching the first series.
Uh-huh.
But they've got live music going on and stuff too. Oh, no, just really good speakers. Never mind. Wait, I'm not sure. Oh, shit, they do have live music going on here. That's sick. Yeah, sorry, I was distracted by that. They're playing the Charlie Brown Christmas song or whatever. Yeah, so, but at the same time, like, there were some really cool, like, world-building things about Legend of Korra that I thought were, like, really fun.
Okay. Like, what was one of those?
Like, I really liked the steel bender, or whatever the metal bender, like, town, with, like, the, like, ivory tower kind of paradox going on. I thought the whole thing, how, like, I thought it was dope that they advanced into, like, sort of the industrial age, and that was the whole vibe, like, of that series.
Is it set in the future?
Yeah, have you watched Legend of Korra?
I haven't, but
You haven't?
I think that I owe it to myself at some point, based on my investment in the original, to watch
you
that.
Definitely do. It's really cool. Like, I think the reason why people are disappointed in it is because they love the original characters so much.
Yeah.
That like a show in the same world without those characters like seems sad. But honestly, like it's a really cool show in its own right. Like maybe not as like heartbreakingly like attachment forming as the first one. But if it were an independent show and had nothing to do with Avatar, then people would be like, this is an amazing show.
Oh, that's really awesome. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back, like, the characters in Avatar were unreal. Like, that is, like, like those were the best. All those characters were so good.
Yeah, I agree. I think it really speaks to the power of that show that despite the fact that I watched it when I was 21, like, I still feel like it was a part of my childhood retroactively.
That's awesome. That's so funny. Yeah, I will go on, like, if I see a thumbnail or something pop up that's, like, Avatar, like, I have every several months watched, like, compilations of, like, the battle and, like, the chick shooting lightning and stuff, and, like, it's nuts. And it's nostalgic. It's a good experience.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Do you feel nostalgia very strongly?
Yeah, man. I feel like one of the weird things about my life is that since I started like recording things, and I don't just mean this year, and I don't just mean like the years when I like had video cameras. I mean like literally like as soon as maybe like junior year of high school, I started like sort of documenting my life a little bit, and I have a lot of mixed feelings about that and that process and what it does to me, but because of that, I tend to like go back and I can get wormholed like every once in a while, like once a month or so, and just like go deep back into like what I was like at other points in my life, and it's crazy. And then I think mentally there are like ripples of that, where I'm just in normal life and then I think back and then I get lost in thought about the past and stuff, and it's weird. I don't know how much of that a normal person experiences who doesn't like force that upon themselves, kind of through artificial means.
I'm definitely not a good sample for a normal person. I don't think I'm valuable at all for answering that question.
Well, what is your experience with that topic?
I think for me, my memories, and I'm very lucky with this, I think, but it's also been something that's come out of work, like intentional work.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm lucky to have had the opportunity to have done that work. Like, my memories are a good place for me. Like, I don't really, on the whole, like, I don't really have anything that I remember and am upset by. Like, I might be saddened by it, but it's like a sweet sadness, or like, other than that, it's just sort of like, it's nice. And I think honestly, like, a big part of that was the fact that, like, I started doing like having like mindfulness meditation training pretty early, like in 11th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And that really like reconfigured some stuff in my head. That's only like, as the years go by, it becomes more and more apparent, like how different that has made me. Yeah, so I'd say like now, it's honestly like even like Hong Kong, which you might think would be like an upsetting thing to remember, is like I fondly remember many, like the only memories that I really like that make me feel anything about that are like kind of good ones.
So what? I guess I have a couple part question about that. Like, what primarily was like the level and sort of training of meditation stuff that you did at that age?
Yeah. So when my migraines got really bad, we tried treating them in a number of different ways, and one of the things that we started was what's called like biofeedback therapy, which is basically like training wheels for meditation. I think many practitioners of it wouldn't call it that, but that's how the guy that taught me, who is like legitimately like my like number one living role model, like Jim is like, yeah, he's unbelievable. But the guy that taught me thought of it like that, like as like, this is basically what you do is you're hooked up to a bunch of sensors that, and you get like a visual representation of what's going on in your body on a screen. And there's like a couple different configurations and stuff, but you know, the baseline is kind of like muscle tension, like sensors in your forehead and your shoulders and your upper back and your neck. And then also like a band detecting like your breath depth, couple bands of that, and then like a pulse monitor. And you know, basic set of like biosensors like that. And then you, like, your therapist will like run you through like basic meditation techniques while you're sitting there in front of the screen. And like I said, it's like training wheels for meditation. Because the hard thing with meditation, especially for people like that grow up in like America or just Western societies in general, is because like there's so many hang-ups like that are weirdly like embedded in our psyche culturally, to like being able to just calmly observe our body without guilt or like frustration or like just being unable to focus on it. And so being able to have like a visual aid and be like, oh dang, like being able to watch your heart rate like start like scooping up and down along with your breath, and like watch it just like dip down into the 60s and be like, oh dang, like this is actually doing stuff. And then when that's happening, you start correlating it with like, okay, this is what this feels like, and you start being able to like do it without the training wheels. So that
cool.
was kind of the start of it. And it was super helpful. Like, I haven't been on the like training wheels for many years, but actually now I'm visiting. Like, I go see Jim once a week right now, which is amazing. But like, so now it's quite a bit past that. But what that did was like helping a lot with pain management and like general like mindfulness and like training. Like just to talk about specifically like mindfulness of breathing alone, it's basically like it's kind of your bread and butter of meditation. Like every other type of meditation has to start like generally starts with that. And I could go into why, but really like the core of the benefit that gives you, aside from being like the stepping stone into everything else, is that like being able to like maintain a consistent and like light focus on your breath, like physiologically brings your whole nervous system like into a resting state. Like what you'd call it in like physiology is like you'd engage your parasympathetic nervous system. And
what is your parasympathetic nervous system?
So it's a term for neurology.
This is so funny. There are so many avenues that like would be worth going down in this whole thing.
We are like 7 links deep in right now.
But I do want to hear the answer to that one.
Yeah, sure. Well, so there's two, like a neuroscientist would like classify most bodily nervous tissue. Like, well, no, that's not quite accurate. So there's like so like a layer. So you might say like you've got this network, right, of nerves that carry information through your body.
Mm-hmm.
But then like you have kind of it's not, this isn't quite accurate, but it's almost like you have 2 separate protocols that network can carry. Merry Christmas. That was so funny. Man, this island is full of incredibly nice people. Sorry, so Republican. It's amazing. In Southern California. Anyway, I walked by 2 Trump 2020 flags. It was pretty funny.
I am no stranger to those in my geographic location.
True that. Well, anyways, there's almost like 2 protocols, and those protocols are actually like carried by separate types of nervous tissue, but like you can still think of it as like there's a network that exists, but there's 2 types of messages that can be passed on it.
Okay.
And one of them is like it comes from your like they're both connected. So there's actually like 2 kind of almost separate bundles of nerve tissue that leave your brainstem, and like they are associated with these 2 types of messages, and basically like you can lump them into the category of sympathetic and parasympathetic.
Okay.
So the sympathetic nervous system, and I'm 95% sure that I'm remembering which one is which, but the sympathetic nervous system is basically like it controls your fight or flight impulse. So like if you ever notice, and I'm sure you've noticed this because you do this kind of stuff all the time, but like when you're in a dangerous situation and your body reacts before your brain knows what's happening,
yeah,
like that's your sympathetic nervous system basically like grabbing the steering wheel.
Okay.
And so it does a number of things that you can measure like physiologically without putting you in like a CAT scan or any like an MRI or stuff like that. I guess it wouldn't be an MRI, it'd be a PET or a what's the other one? I forget.
Where's a PET?
Brain imaging PET is positron emission tomography.
It's a brain scan.
Like it's like an MRI, but like in that you go sit in the machine and then they look at you. But the way it works is different. It's basically like they put. I'm pretty certain that one they put a radioactive isotope of oxygen, and they put it in an IV, and then they look at your brain and they scan through it, and they get cross sections of like how different parts of your brain are respirating oxygen and at what rate. Because if they're respirating faster, then the more of the radioactive oxygen concentrates in them.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, without those measures, you can see the engagement of the sympathetic nervous system, like in a number of clear physiological ways. Like when your sympathetic nervous system is engaged, typically your adrenaline spikes, really high. Your heart rate will increase unless it gets to a certain like kind of toxic level, in which case your heart rate just like will stop. If it gets really intense and it's like really going, then that's when people say like they shit themselves out of terror. Like it basically like entirely turns off all of the stuff that turns off the entire like set of functions that aren't necessary to surviving in the moment. So like turns off your digestive system and like clears your body of everything.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So and a lot of these functions are like embedded not in your brain, but actually in your like central nervous system. So in they're called I was trying to remember this yesterday. I think they're called like spinal medulla or something. I'm forgetting what they're called, but they're these like bundles of nerve tissue by your spine that used to be like a proto brain back when we were reptiles.
No way.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
So like that's why like it's actually true that a lot of your reflexes like are hardwired into your spinal cord. Like so some of it doesn't even reach your brain.
That's bizarre.
Except for basically as like a report filed by your spinal cord. Like, hey, I moved your hand. Sorry about that.
That's pretty extraordinary information that I've never heard before.
I think, one interesting thing about, like, dialing into meditation is realizing, like, I guess, that you can sort of start trying to observe your brain as, and yourself as, like, this collection of parts that is not nearly as, like, unified as you thought that they were. So that's the sympathetic nervous system. Now, it's great, and it helps you get out of
Wait, I have one more question before we move on. Do you know, or you yourself, have you known anyone who has shit themselves out of terror?
I have not.
Okay.
I will say, if I know someone who has, then they haven't told me about it.
Okay.
But it is a thing. Have you?
No, I don't know anyone. But I would say that if I did know someone, then they would not say that information while they were live streaming because they.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That was a super bad attempt at making a joke that I was the one who did it, but I just couldn't figure out the right words.
I thought you were being genuine.
I know. That's why it totally got messed up, and it came across as that. I had to abandon it.
It didn't even fall flat. It just fell in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that was bad. I'm really sorry. I actually haven't pooped myself, but if I do it out of terror, then I want to. I want you to be the first person. Yeah, I would like that. That would be cool. I will say there have been about 2 times this year where I've almost pooped myself, and I was able to not do it, but
Really? Wait, hold on. My mom is calling me out.
Okay.
Jen, hold real quick.
Hey.
Hey. You want to hear more?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, believe it or not, this makes me feel better. I can just be somebody's Wikipedia. Consolidating information is relaxing to me. Weird. So, basically, that's the sympathetic nervous system. and it's extremely useful, like clearly useful from an evolutionary perspective in a specific set of scenarios. Basically ones where you're like in immediate danger. But there's a number of ways in which its engagement can be pathological, which is like a fancy way of, like the medical way of saying like it is reflective of being sick. Like there are bad ways to engage it. And so before I go into that, like a brief description of what the parasympathetic nervous system does is required. So basically, like it does everything that the sympathetic nervous system doesn't do. So it controls like rest and relax impulses, basically. Like when you're sleeping, that's when it should be like most engaged. The umbrella term for all this, by the way, is called your autonomic nervous system. Like these are basically like, this is the part of you that acts autonomously, basically. Like one part of you that just does stuff without you having any executive control over it, or a limited degree of executive control over it.
That is both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic fall into that?
It's like it's like the umbrella term for these two things.
Okay.
So, like the parasympathetic controls like rest and relax, and basically it's like its job is to help you like heal, help you digest things, help you sleep. Like what ideally in like a nominal scenario, like when your body is functioning normally, you should be in the parasympathetic nervous system. Like that should be engaged pretty much all of the time. And it's like when you're walking around and you know your stomach gurgles and you feel like relaxed, and your shoulders are relaxed, and, or when you're falling asleep, like those are the normal times when the parasympathetic nervous system is like really in full effect. And it's basically like doing all the stuff to maintain your body when it's not in like extreme danger scenario. Like I said, there's a number of ways in which this relationship is basically can become pathological, where like the relationship between those two like separate systems can become that and basically just start hurting you. So one example that I've been thinking about a lot lately because I'm reading a book on it is like PTSD. So PTSD and other types of like there's a diagnosis that they're trying to put in the DSM, like the psychological textbook, like list of disorders, basically, like called developmental trauma disorder, DTD. Like so, those two like types of disorders are mostly located in like issues in the relationship between the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system.
What does DTD mean exactly? Like compared to PTSD.
So DTD is a separate diagnosis where it's like kids, like people that as children were undergoing like chronic trauma or were molested, which is like way more common than you'd think. Like astoundingly common. It's really bad. Like I think something on like I think it's like 2 in 10 American children, like is the best estimate, has like been molested or something. Like 1 in 10. It's something like genuinely mind-boggling like that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. So like situations like that, basically the kids have will in later life exhibit a broad variety of symptoms that are like have previously been diagnosed as a number of different things, like oppositional defiant disorder, and they'll collect like 15 of these random diagnoses.
Yeah.
It basically says like this kid, I can't deal with them, and they're terrible.
Yeah.
But they're all due to like developmental trauma.
Mm-hmm.
That's why developmental trauma disorder. But like PTSD is a clear cut version of this. That's easier to talk about, where and is is slightly better characterized, to my understanding, where basically like you undergo a traumatic experience, and that is like defined basically. One way to define that is like a situation in which you're like facing inescapable horror. So it's kind of like a couple elements have to come together. Like you have to be facing like completely intolerable fear or like danger, stuff like that, and not be able to escape it and feel like a complete lack of agency. And that's generally like what causes trauma. So like people get it after they're in car crashes sometimes. Obviously, like a lot of veterans get it. People that have been raped. And like what those experiences do, among other things, is they like deeply encode like that experience in like the brainstem, like below the conscious mind, basically. And it'll like fuck up the relationship between your parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, such that like when you encounter a trigger, then your brain's like very physiologically, and you can see it in brain scans, it relives the event.
Wow.
And it'll basically like, if you don't, like a lot of patients that were traumatized a lot of years ago or were under chronic trauma, they get this thing where basically they're like numb all the time. And basically what it is it's like their sympathetic nervous system is always firing, and they never go into rest and relax mode. And like because of that, they're actually like not able to correctly sense danger because everything is dangerous to them. Like so, like that's why often like people like veterans, they do like extreme sports and stuff like that, like because it makes them feel something, because everything else isn't dangerous enough to like put into a mode, like they can't actually relax, and so the best they can do is put them fully into like fight or flight mode. So it's kind of a self-medication or like self-treatment in a way. But so basically like if you can fix the relationship between the two parts of the autonomic nervous system, then you're well on your way to like adjusting your system back into health, so that you don't have this like, there's other things to deal with, and you'll probably like flashbacks are kind of embedded in a different thing, but like the everyday like psychological health is like enormously affected if you always have your sympathetic nervous system engaged and you never engage your sympathetic. And it comes out often in like this book that I'm reading estimates that this thing, basically like responses to trauma in childhood or otherwise, like costs something in the realm of like many tens of billions of dollars to the U.S. healthcare system in non-psychological related treatment, because people that like have that kind of physiology, like their bodies just go wrong, because like I said, like the parasympathetic nervous system is responsible for like maintaining your body and controlling that. And so if that's never engaged, like people will have gut problems, and there are higher rates of like cancer, and they'll get MS, like all sorts of things just are like so strongly correlated with like trauma, basically. That's one like example of a like highly pathological relationship between the parts of the autonomic nervous system. Now, just because that's really bad, doesn't mean that the only people that can benefit from like being able to more consistently like maintain and be aware of what mode their body is in are like wounded vets and people that have been raped. Like that, like all of us to some degree or another are like, especially in today's kind of like society, honestly. Basically the premise is that like now nowadays we are more often on high alert. Like the human nervous system was not built to handle like the degree of constant social interaction and like engagement that we are now in. And some people can handle it better than others, but for many people, myself formerly included, like it basically made it to where our, you know, parasympathetic nervous system was kind of barely engaged most of the time. And so like the real silver bullet to changing that is like mindfulness meditation, and specifically mindfulness of breathing.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, and the reason why like meditations are usually like they'll start with even you know the watered down crappy like stuff that is mostly commercialized like now, for good and for bad, like all of them kind of start with like focus on your breath, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why that as a general technique is effective is because your breath is like your lungs and your respiration is like the only function in your body that is under like dual control, basically. Like your breath is both involuntary like set of muscles and a voluntary one. Like if you think about it, if you're not thinking about breathing, you're still breathing, but you can also think about breathing and start like controlling your breathing actively. So it's kind of like your way of communicating with these like parts of your nervous system that aren't directly under your control. And so if you like, you know, practice interacting with that system in a particular set of ways, then you can like kind of allow your body and like through focus kind of allow your body to re-engage with your parasympathetic nervous system, and it'll like very physically like have clear effects. And so that's what biofeedback does, is it registers the engagement of your parasympathetic nervous system, and thereby
it registers what?
It registers the engagement of your parasympathetic nervous system.
Okay.
By like just looking at these sensors that correlate, like that are measuring things that correlate strongly with the engagement of that system. And so when you run through these like mindfulness meditations, you can watch like that, you know, kick in and the gear shift in your brain. And so for me, with my migraine headaches, like if you practice that enough, then you get to a point where like you can drop into it in your everyday life, and it's just like it's like riding a bike. You just got to do it over and over and over again until it's like a reflex, the same as like kicking the ball or running. And it's pretty astounding for me, like retroactively, like the fact that almost nobody has that skill. Like everybody knows how to ride a bike, and I feel like this should be like the bike. You know, everybody should know how to do this, and it's something that like I can reach for now in my everyday life, and like really like directly control like my heart rate and like what's going on in my body, and the fact that like it's not magic, you know, like it's something that you can learn, and a lot of people I feel like you can start picking them out that are just like, and they're not consciously like in it in this moment, like, and you can just see like people that act like rabbits, you know, they're just like constantly looking around, or they're like talking like constantly. I don't know, you kind of start to notice it, and you're like, man, like meditation can help you. And it's astounding to me that like this is not a thing that we teach kids in school, because it's like changed, that basic building block has like changed my life for sure. Because like I remember really strongly the first time it really did something, like where I really got it, and it was in 12th grade, and it was the fall semester of 12th grade. I went to a play with my buddy Justin, and there was a scene where there were some strobe lights, and it used to be that would just fling me like uncontrollably into migraine territory, and I would like, it would just be a mess. Like I would have to leave, and but instead I was like, okay, I can do this. Like, and I closed my eyes, and like I think Justin was basically preparing to like have to like carry me out of the theater. And I just kind of closed my eyes and I went into mindfulness of breathing, and then like everything kind of calmed down. And what I was used to being this like crazy positive feedback loop of my body just panicking, and then like sending my brain into migraine mode. Like I rode through it, and I basically was able to like sit and watch the rest of the play. And that was the moment when I was like, oh my god, like this is like, if I can actually like master this, then I can like have a normal life where I can control, like if I can just be in this mode all the time and be ready to like jump in when things get bad, like then I can exist normally and like play sports again. And that's basically like, I'd say the single biggest thing that's enabled me to like do college and everything. So that's we've traversed back up to the main link of Wikipedia and ended the article.
Can I ask, when that first time in the play, number one, what was the time period like from stimulus to getting to a point where you knew that you were going to be okay?
I would say like 1 to 2 minutes after the strobes had ended, I just sat there with my eyes closed and went into it. And then I was able to open my eyes and it was pretty okay.
And then in the process of when you were practicing like mindfulness breathing, is that what you call it?
Mindfulness of breathing.
Mindfulness of breathing. You, is there like a conscious effort to drown like all the other stimulus out while you're doing that? Or is it like...
Well, so now you're getting into like the technical details of how to do mindfulness of breathing. Kind of, no. Like it's kind of, it's a, mindfulness of breathing is like a balancing act that is like, I keep returning to this analogy, but it's kind of like riding a bike again, in that like, it's not like you look at it, or it's not like I describe it and it's like a hugely complex set of things that you need to do. It's basically you master this one thing that is counterintuitive for your body to do at first. And that is basically to like basically one way you put it is you rest your attention on your breath. So you're not actively controlling anything. Like one phrase you might say is like, you are as relaxed yet as wakefully attentive as like a sleeping baby, but with like a wakeful awareness. So you kind of like sit and you pay attention to what's going on with like a policy of non-intervention. And it's kind of weird because you'd think like the way most people try to do it is they kind of bear down. They're like, all right, come on, we're gonna calm down, and we're gonna breathe slower.
That's awesome.
And then they end up starving their body of oxygen. and then they kind of go and like run out of breath. And I remember when I first started it, like I think I did not take to it naturally. Like I think because of everything else going on in my body, I really struggled with it. And I remember it when I was first working on it for the first like couple of months. Most of the time when I would try to go into mindfulness of breathing, my body would start panicking. Like, and it would be like so clearly like physiological. Like my eyes would start like tearing up and my heart rate would just go through the roof. I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? And that was reflective of kind of like approaching things from the wrong angle of like trying to, it's really it's as simple and as difficult as that. There's like resting your attention on the breath or on something and like consistently maintaining that attention. And at first you'll, like the first thing is, like the first glimmer of being able to do it is being able to do it for like 2 or 3 seconds. and you'll kind of engage and you'll be like, whoa. And almost definitely, like in everybody, what happens is like, oh my God, I did it, and then they'll be out of it. Because you kind of, it's like you're disengaging the conscious mind. So it's like being aware of something without narrativizing it or without putting it into words. And you'll find that that's a challenge. And I think what most people find when they try to do it is they'll be incredibly surprised at how much is going on in their brain and how difficult it is to just like make it be quiet. So what you do is you give it something else to focus on. You just do your best to focus in entirely on your breath. But then once you do that, the pitfall is like you're focused on your breath and you want to control it because you're not used to like just resting. And so you asked about like, am I consciously trying to block out sensory stillness, like sensory stimulus? No, the phrase that I think about all the time is like, there's two. It's like, be it as a stone in the bottom of a river that can be tossed around and pushed downstream, but the core and the center of that stone is still. And you let the water rush around you and maintain that core of stillness. And so you don't try to not feel pain or not try to pay attention to stimuli. Like, you just allow them to happen. And then divert your attention to something else. So your breath in that particular case. The other analogy is like the piece of driftwood in a stormy sea. You know, like you continue, you let the waves like happen around you, but you're never submerged. You just kind of get like tossed around, but you're always going to float. And just acknowledge that like that's what's happening here. That you're always going to float, and you can let yourself get hit by and acknowledge the pain, and be like, "Ooh, that's a rough one. All right, let's refocus in."
I don't know, man. I like the stuff you're saying, but I just feel like we need to be focusing on differentiating between Italian and English sonnets in school. And I don't think that any of the stuff mumbo jumbo you're talking about really has any place in our education system.
It has no place in the mind of the child. That's a good point. Yeah, that shit does piss me off, man. Like, the number of things that would be better if everybody had that tool in their chest.
Do you feel like you ever can, or that you have experienced like very minute trauma from being in a situation societally that is bad, but that you can't control or change, such as that education?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a dumb question.
I will say, like, wait, do you mean the situation as, like, being frustrated with Italian versus whatever sonnet?
No, I mean, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that, because like I said, I've been reading this book, and there's some things that they talk about that I, like, really relate to. I mean, like, I guess the first most important answer is, like, I definitely, like, do not have PTSD, and, like, I have, like, maybe a set of, I would say that even now, I relate to some of the symptoms that they describe in those patients, but I think that, like kind of a fundamental quality is, like, this lack of control, and at least to my knowledge, like...
A fundamental quality of your relation to those? Okay.
Of PTSD is, like these moments of completely losing control. And I would say, like, actually, really, like, what the mindfulness stuff has done for me most clearly is, like, I do feel like I rarely fully, like, lose control, except when my migraines are just so unbelievably painful that I just have to, like, at least I can get myself to somewhere where I can be in a dark room and, you know, like, lose control to a certain extent, you know.
Were any of the more recent migraines, if that's what you were having, following Hong Kong, like, in that degree?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was like, I would say, I'd honestly kind of forgotten how like I get ones like that like about once a month generally, or once at my lowest it's been like once every 2 months, I'd say, like in junior and senior year. That's the way it was, and it was getting pretty good. But the difference with those was that it was like they were episodic, so like I'd have an episode and then I'd be fine.
Is this high school or college?
College.
Okay.
Yeah, so like junior and senior year of college, I'd get them like once every 2 months, and it's just like an episodic thing. And so like it's miserable, and it freaks other people out a lot to see me like that. But like afterwards, I'm fine, and I eat a good breakfast, and I feel weird for the rest of the week, and then it's over, you know. But in Hong Kong, when it really started getting bad, was when I traveled to visit my friend in Shenzhen, or in Xiamen, which is like a city up the coast, and I started like going into that mode. I was like I was trying to get to where she was, and she couldn't come get me because she's in Taiwan, like an island owned by Taiwan just off the coast of Xiamen, and I was in like this random ass Chinese city, and so I like ended up having to just like sleep on the street for 3 hours. I was like stumbling around the city, and I couldn't see anything, and like I was in so much pain, and then like I somehow like I made it onto the ferry to get to her, and then I took my meds, but my meds all knocked me out, and so I couldn't really take them yet. And like until I got myself there, and then I got there, and she put me on her motorbike and brought me to her place. And I was supposed to visit with her for 4 days, and I spent all 4 days just in the bed. And like, even though it was dark, and even though I'd taken my medication, it just like was not stopping. I was just like in like an unbearable amount of pain all the time, and I was like, and it wasn't quite as bad as it's gotten in my life. Like, I would say it was like on the border where it was like, oh man, like it made me afraid of getting any worse. And that was when I decided that I couldn't live in China, because I never ever want to risk that. Like my migraines are like the ocean in that like when you have calm seas, you kind of forget what it's like, and that but to forget that at any time, like following no rules, like the ocean could just destroy you, is to like undertake a grave risk and make a huge mistake. So, you know, one benefit of the whole Hong Kong thing is it reminded me, hopefully for the last time, like the degree of respect that I need to give my body, like, and the fact that like I just have to be okay with, like, you know, accepting some limitations, and also like, you know, being okay with some requirements that my body has that other people don't. You know, like, because like it is a privilege for me and not a right at all that I'm able to like pass as like not disabled. Because if I don't treat myself right, then I will be profoundly disabled.
Was there one thing that you could point at in your Hong Kong experience that was the biggest trigger?
The food.
And was there anything specifically about it?
Well, I have a bunch of food triggers, I think, as you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wasn't able to avoid all of them, like, consistently. And so I was just, like, consistently triggering myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of sets my body into a mode where it's just, like, constantly bad. So, like, and it was all sort of stuff that, like, well, much of it was stuff that, like, if I were back home and I had, like, the degree of control over my diet that I have in America, like, then I could, I generally the stuff that I was eating that was triggering me was stuff that I could have a cheat day and eat that as one meal, and then, like, I had, like, say I have, like, a Impossible Burger, and that thing has, like, a little bit of MSG.
You told me a little bit about when you eat Impossible Burgers, the protocol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it was stuff like that. So basically it was like every meal.
Mm-hmm. So stacking up.
Yeah. That boy was stacking.
Well, can I circle back entirely to the original discussion point?
Yeah.
Do you, when you were saying about your memories, how like when you remember things, it is a good experience.
Yeah.
Is that to say that there is no part of remembering things? Is that to say like when you remember something that is good, you don't feel any like longing for that situation again, but you are simultaneously happy with where you are, and like it's completely positive in that sense?
Mm-hmm. I would say that I feel a degree of longing, but it is in a sense like pleasant, partially due to the fact that afterwards I can move on. And also, honestly, like, I feel like my life has generally gotten better. Like, a lot of the things that I remember, like, and this has nothing to, maybe it does. I think it's entirely possible to have lived the life that I've lived, especially if I'm in, like, a situation like I am now. I think it's entirely possible to be in my situation and to not feel that way. But I do feel like in an actual, like, concrete sense, like, my life has generally gotten better over time. Like, I have no desire to return to 11th grade, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I have no desire to unlearn the lessons that I've learned since I was in 10th grade. And, like, my middle school experience wasn't very pleasant. Like, I maybe have some fond memories of being, like, a tiny kid, but I also think, like, one thing that the mindfulness of breathing, again, helps with is just kind of, like grounding yourself out of stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna, after this, I gotta go eat dinner with my family in a minute, but, like, it helps me a lot with, because I used to just be, like, I don't know, because migraines are what you'd call, like, comorbid with depression, which means that, like, there's a strong correlation of having both at the same time.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at, like, how many words I've never heard before. Like, you know, definitions. Yeah.
I'm like a walking Wikipedia.
So migraines and depression are comorbid?
Yeah, and same with migraines and anxiety disorders.
And sorry, say the definition one more time, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, comorbid means, it's a medical term for, like, they occur frequently together.
Okay.
So it doesn't imply any causative relationship. So it doesn't say, like, migraines cause anxiety or anxiety causes migraines.
Mm.
And it also doesn't say that they don't do that. It just doesn't say anything about that at all. It just says that they often occur together.
That's really interesting. Do you ever use that word, comorbid, outside of medicine to describe things?
No.
I would use that. Really. I would use that if I were you. That's pretty cool.
Like, see two friends that you always see at the same time. Be like, wow, you guys are comorbid.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that. But yeah, no, I definitely, like, I don't know, I feel like it's hard because I feel like being depressed kind of fucks with your memory, and you, when you're depressed, you feel like you've always been depressed for all time, and you always will be.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. So it's like, it's hard to say, like, when you were and when you weren't, because when you were, it feels like you always were, and then you remember that, and you're like, oh man, I've always been depressed forever.
Are you saying that you feel that way in the moment, or after it happens, it, like, wipes your memory and makes you think that?
Well, definitely the first one, and kind of the second one.
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
But, and I still, yeah. But I do feel like I can say, like, pretty confidently that through, like, pretty much all of high school, and then I got a lot better after I'd been doing, you know, honestly, like, after I'd been doing the mindfulness training for, like, 2 years, and I went to college, things, I would say, like, I have not been, like, massively depressed at all in college. Like, there's been times when I've, like, felt it for sure, but I feel like I've had both my brain has just like settled down. Like being a teenager sucked, dude. That was fucking garbage. Like my brain settled down, but also I do feel like I was armed with better control. But
Did you continue?
whatever the case,
Did you continue doing any of that training into college, like remotely or when you visited home?
yeah, when I visited home, I would usually see Jim, check in, but not super regularly. But I kept practicing, and I kind of like go in and out. Like it's like anything good that you know you should do, but that is hard to do. Like you kind of go in and out.
Yeah.
Like at the beginning of this year, my like resolution was, I was like, all right, for the first 60 days of the year, I'm going to meditate every day. And I did that. And honestly, like that got me through spring semester. But since I've kind of like, it's not been nearly as regular, but you kind of, that's, you know, the metaphor of like the path is always a relevant one with this in particular, but I feel like any skill that, anything that requires a lot of skill and time to master, like, you know, it's all a road, like it's about like the road that you're walking on, and it's all, you know, no matter if it kind of doubles back, you're still at least like progressing along the road. So you can't catastrophize, like you can't start like punishing yourself for not meditating, you know, because then that itself is counterproductive and will make you upset. But
Do you see that path analogy like applying to your piano?
yeah, for sure. Like, there's definitely been times where I've been like, man, I feel like I haven't like really improved. I'm just playing the same things over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I've done that. I've been in that phase enough times where I recognize it as like a phase, and it doesn't like freak me out.
I only ask that because I've actually never stopped improving, and so
Hey, you've reached Conor.
Hey man, sorry about that message I sent you. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, man. Fuck you. You hung up on me.
Did your phone die?
Yeah, it died. I just got back.
Nice.
I gotta eat dinner in a minute, but I wanted to hear the weird thing you're gonna say about piano.
Damn it, dude. You should have read my text messages before you called me back, because I addressed all of this and more, and then the thing that I said when I answered the phone would have made more sense as well.
Wait, I didn't get a text message.
Oh god, did I send this to the wrong people? Hold on a second. No, it was definitely to you. I don't know, maybe your phone has to refresh or something. Are you on Wi-Fi? You have iMessage right now?
Yeah, I have a message.
That's weird.
I got a message from an unknown number that said, "Yo, Ashton, it's Jeff the barber. Hit me up here. Direct the cut. It sounds easier this way."
Yeah, that was my joke. Did you get it?
Dude, that's really funny. Oh, I just got it. Oh, dot technique. Yeah, that was Jim. Wow. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm sure she would too, but I hope you don't mind if I don't share that.
I do mind. I would like you to share it. That's why I sent it.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
Huh. That's interesting.
Might drive a wedge between us, and so I'm very sorry.
It's just. I just think it's funny how. What I was gonna tell you about piano is that I don't experience that because I've only improved every time since I've ever touched it, and I just keep getting better. And it actually has happened recently at an exponential rate, and it's weird because I just feel like it's so mortal for people to not get better every time they play, and it just reinforces my immortality and shows me like how different I am than like the vast quantity of plebeians that roam our planet, and it's gross. It makes me sick to my stomach. But I hope you don't take that personally, obviously. No, actually the past 2 days I've been so shitty at piano, it's crazy, dude. It sucks. So out of this whole conversation, you gave me a lot of information, some of it applicable, but the most immediately reassuring one was that analogy about your journey, and it was nice. I like that.
Yeah, I'm glad that I can bring my existential angst to this call and then come out with a benefit.
You know, good information and conversations with you are comorbid. I don't know if you are aware of that.
I'm going to write that down in my quote book.
Put it on Twitter, man. Just make sure you quote me.
Dude, the Twitter. I feel like, honestly, man, I was the one who requested that your Twitter die, but ever since it died, my Twitter hasn't been the same.
That's so funny. That's like the people who made that aircraft carrier or whatever, that like metal structure that's like housed 100 people into a country. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, well, this isn't going to make a lot of sense. Dude, I am really good friends with you because you bring a lot of like practical, elaborate knowledge, and then I can bring one anecdote of something super bizarre that you have not heard of. And then, so you should look up at some point, there's straight up like, it was an oil digging platform in the ocean, and these people just decided to make it a country and like, or a nation or something, and somehow it worked, and like it got counted. But yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say about it. Okay, wait. Say what you said right before I said that, and then I can tell you.
Oh shit. We were talking about piano, and you said that you're a god, and then you said that conversation was...
Wait. Did you say that I said I'm a god?
Sorry, you're the god.
I'm God. Yeah. Let's not get things confused.
Yeah, confused is definitely what we want to avoid. I said I brought my existential angst to this call, and then we came out with something good, and you said good conversations or learning things and conversations with you are comorbid?
Twitter. All right, yeah, I got it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's like you saying like your Twitter hasn't been the same is like those guys on their oil platform country being like ever since we found it, or like ever since Jeffrey left the platform, our country hasn't been the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like I guess, but it's so inconsequential.
Yeah.
I think I have one follower, and it's Danny Silva. I showed her the Twitter. She liked it.
I had a question, but it was probably an inappropriate question for me to ask over live stream, and so.
Oh, all right.
I will.
We can stack it on the January 1st.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. I can't wait to just talk shit about everyone I knew and just bring up all of my personal. No, yeah, that's cool. I'm really glad you called. It was fun to talk to you.
Yeah, I got you, man. I'm gonna go put a bunch of things in my mouth.
All right, well, make sure that the thing that comes out of your mouth is that paragraph I sent you.
No can do, but I'll talk to you soon.
All right, I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Let's just make sure we get our bases covered with that statement. I would like you to.
I'll get back to you.
Awesome, looking forward to it, and I can't wait to speak with you in the future again. But just wanted to make sure one more time that we're going to get that message across. And...
Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll put it in motion. I'll put it in.
What did you just say right there? What did you say?
I said I'll put it in motion.
I think you could come up with something a little bit more corporate that might give me more hope.
Well, I'll start submitting the right forms to the right people. You know, we're going to go ahead and see what we can do.
We'll try to get the ball rolling on that one.
I'll try to get the ball rolling. Yeah, we're going to try to get the ball rolling.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that, and it was good.
Well, don't get your hopes up.
Good to talk to you. Hope that contract pulls through.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. I'll give you an update later on. Okay, bye.
You were asleep with your tits out.
And I'm scared of surfing.
Harley, come on. Harley, come. 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 You okay? Good boy. Good boy. It's okay. Go on. It's to be the most like experimental form, like the most radical form that I think is practical for my life. You're doing something like this again. I don't know. I think that the way that I'm doing the project right now is obviously to be like it's to be the most like experimental form, like the most radical form that I think is practical for my life, and so that's why I'm like it is continuous. It is absolutely everything. But part of the deal with that is it's not, and it would probably be a variation of it, just that. So it would, maybe it would be like certain days of the week, or like not include everything, or something that would make it something that's like slightly more enjoyable to do. I felt like it wasn't a lot of prep because I'm not totally sure. Realistically, and then re-Visbel, January 1st. Like realistically, Coon77, hello. It's a lot of prep. Thanks for answering. Absolutely, Faz. Yeah. Actually, I felt like it wasn't a lot of prep because like realistically, I should have prepped for like 6-8 months, like really getting things set up and figuring out like slowly more and more tests, do a month at a time and see how that goes, and then revisit everything and watch all the footage and figure out the best ways to archive everything. That's what I should have done, but a lot of things pointed me with projects like this if you're the first one. So it's a bigger deal for the first, so I want to make sure that I was the first. I felt like there was a chance that maybe someone else was going to start it on the first, you know what I mean? I don't know. So how long does it work? how does it work? Do your cam record to me actually have memory cards stored or just transfer? YouTube. So kind of against the nature of the project, but at the same time, like, there are physical limitations to it. You missed my question, James. Let me check here. Yeah, the chat's kind of. You missed my question. Yeah, it doesn't show it to me, James. Ask again if you don't mind. I think I'd fail in the first week. AG, you would not fail if it meant a lot to you. When did you find time to co-write that symphony? I've been a pretty avid viewer, never saw you guys working on it. Pauline, I actually wrote that song, or the song that GP used in his church. It was dope. Super lab between me and him. It was really cool. You'll see it in the timestamps on his performance videos, his most recent live streams. Howdy, I do not have any questions. What's up, Toshi? Where are all the mods? No one come up. Shelby's in. Who's your inspiration during this project? My inspiration, I'd say my most immediate, I have any question project. Toshi, where are all the mods? No one come up. Shelby's in. Who's your inspiration during this project? My inspiration, I'd say my most immediate inspiration is someone named Arya Inthavong, because the thing that gave me the idea for the project, like the impetus, that's when I did it. Yeah, so it wasn't a lot that. Plus, I reached out to him. I tried to get a series here, and then, do you have any time to reflect on early election days? Yeah, I spent like the whole month of April. The whole month of March, and then a lot of April, just watching back. There's the footage from like January and February, and sort of like, yeah, just when you watch the footage back from like a football game or something, you just pick out things that you did well and didn't do well. Imagine that, but just for your whole life. That was just kind of what I did. Just just watching back, but like the whole month, and it seems to just I'm just gonna watch. After watching early live streams such as January streams with your buddies, I found out we've a lot matured. And then, do you have any time to reflect on early live stream days? Yeah, I spent like the whole month of April, the whole month of March, and then a lot of April, just watching back. There's the footage from like January and February, and sort of like, yeah, just when you watch, more mature than I was back then, but definitely do some things differently. So, Michael, are you excited for NYC Chicago? I am. I'm very excited. How far are you going to take the facial hair? I think max. Actually, I don't know. It could, what others think, which prevents new thinking. I have no idea. That's not my answer. That's the username that asked that question. Mike, because it makes us uncomfortable, so lazily follow what others in society need close to the end of the year. Is being uncomfortable something society needs more of? Example, we don't challenge our beliefs because it makes us uncomfortable, so we lazily follow what others think, which prevents new thinking. I have no idea. That's not my because animals to be safe, and I think the same thing applies to like eat. Okay, so you can play for us what the original music sounded like. Yeah, I can. I played it a couple times before. I'll definitely play it again at some point. You'll probably notice that it sounds similar. If I play some piano tonight, then I'll make sure to include it. Hi Michael, what are you going to do after your live stream? Will we see more of you? You will probably see more of me somewhere. At least on my other YouTube channel. Probably see more of you after your live stream. Will we see more of you? You will probably see more of me somewhere. At least on my other YouTube channel. Your attitude. Right back then. How sure are you that your old friends left you because of the stream project, not because of your attitude? I didn't necessarily have any old friends. Well, let me think about that. The main example of that was that like I referenced in previous times talking about that issue was someone that's I didn't do because of this. How? Bucking them at the time, due to a variety of circumstances, at a bar, like the popular USC bar. I've had any other friends, like, I think left me. That end of the year party still happening. Best LaCroix flavor, feeling the, it's been sparkling in my, no. James asked question, you didn't see Tim's secret sex under the blanket last night. Oh yeah, so the reason, James, that question didn't get shown is because there's like an auto thing on YouTube's chat that just, if you say certain things, it just won't show the question. So that's why the mod can say it, but I can't. You had sex on the blanket last night. What happened to your commitment to show everything on camera? I think that you need to go back to the beginning of this stream and listen to my answer. He doesn't want to answer my question, obviously, but I'm okay with it if he's not comfortable. If you play the piano tonight, would you come to Tim to play it? Sunday? Probably not, because there would be a lot of people studying. I'd probably just play my own. Okay, thanks. Can you describe the 3 most memorable interactions with viewers? Okay, thanks. Can you describe the 3 most memorable interactions with viewers? I'm sure that it would definitely be something with Josh and Shelby on that song. I actually did write a piano album. Any stories behind that song? You were talented. You wish you wrote more songs. Any stories behind that song? No real stories behind that song. I actually did write a piano album that song was a part of, but the rest of the songs on it are not very good. Not that that song is particularly good, but that's probably the best song on there. If that says something about the piano writing. Hey guys, just coming from the staff course is probably cool. He said he didn't see it. He said he didn't want to answer it. He would have said so. The Lifestream page. Thank you, Shelby. By the way, the Lifestream page is starting to become popular. It would be dumb to stop it. Yeah, but I do a lot of things that a lot of people think are dumb. It's just there's more to life than monetary and fame-based success. I'm moderately drunk and won some prizes from my district. Congratulations. You mentioned a while ago about starting a paleo diet. Did that happen? I would say I'm moving slowly in the direction of it, but it will not officially begin like full scale until I live in my vehicle. And part of that is for the sake of just like it's kind of a long explanation, I guess. It's not really worth getting into, but things like rice and stuff, and most bread products and stuff I've kind of been cutting out, and so right now the only things that I sort of eat that aren't paleo are mostly like legumes and cheese, but those will probably. And part of that is for I fame-based success. Do a lot of things. He didn't want to answer it. He would have said so. The Lifestream page. Thank you, Shelby. By the way, the Lifestream page is starting to become popular. It would be dumb to stop it. Yeah, but I do a lot of things that a lot of people think are dumb. It's just, I would say I'm moving slow. I mentioned a while ago about starting a paleo diet. Did that happen? I would say I'm moving slow. For tolerance. A relatively high discomfort. There's some true things about Ethan. Ethan is a very fast runner, and Ethan can do cool frisbee tricks. To Ethan's room, but you can stay in. I think yeah. Accommodate visiting visitors. There it is. It would be cool to see viewers celebrate with you. That being said, what are your plans to accommodate visiting visitors? I'm sure there's plenty of visiting ones now. Yeah, is anyone who comes is welcome to stay at our place. You can't stay in my match. Come and be. He said he's booked a ticket. Home system. That's dope. Did not play out the way I imagined. To be completely the way you imagined. Judd. Michael and other grounds and this project did play out the way you imagined. Hope have you had a good time doing this project? I have had a good time doing this project. For the most part, I've really enjoyed it. It did not play out the way I imagined. To be it's more normal than the moments this digital platform is somewhere, and it's on some drives, some backup drives. But people wanted but obviously I was in high school. It's a colored glass. They're just it's CDs of it that I agree are reasonable. I think that it's more normal than I remember moments this stream. I agree. You said Winter Wolfpack is part of your piano album. Is it available on digital platforms? It's not like available anywhere. I have like 2 CDs of it that exist somewhere, and it's on some drives, some backup drives. But I am now. But one of them is like very shallow, and they're just because it is a relief for me. I said it in a couple Q&As that was something that I wanted to include in the available to be shown. Say 5 words or phrases that would make Ethan laugh without explaining why. Poo-poo platter. 5 words or I don't have any problem with her. Paleo is not like your question. Very unacceptable. Margarita mix. Your attitude towards David Lily has been very unacceptable. What's your problem with her? Thank you, James. I like all your questions. Margarita mix. Your attitude towards David Lily has been very unacceptable. What's your problem with her? Thank you, James. I like all your questions. I don't have any problem with her. Paleo is the best. Why would you live with Ethan when he has smelly feet? That's a really good question, Lance. It wasn't my choice. He moved here. It's been super hard to get him out. It's like having fleas. I always feel amazing when I do it. Yeah, definitely. When you live in your car, how are you actually going to make your own food? You make a lot of food yourself, so how are you going to navigate this? I'm going to use canned fish and fresh vegetables and fruits. And I'm going to make sort of like a version of, I'm going to do the same thing more or less that I do now. I'm just going to make like one thing all the time and eat that, but with substituting certain ingredients. Say 5 things Harley would say to you if he could talk before you part ways. James LF, she just mentioned that think it's very admirable that you have no people in your life whom you have disagreements with. And I think that you are very brave for having that position. And you should share your advice with the world and tell them how they can be morally perfect. I always thought you'd get super famous after the project. And greatly, and as expected, after the project ends, I wish you the best on whatever comes and plans. Thank you, Omar. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Good to hear from you. You've done a lot of things to improve yourself mentally and physically over the past year. Do you think that humans are obligated to better themselves? That's another good question. Do you think that humans are obligated to better themselves? I think that if you better yourself, that in most cases you're gonna make the people around you's experience better, and so, and you're probably gonna make your own experience better in a lot of ways too. So whether you come at life with like a selfish or an altruistic. Angled attack, I think that it's good. It would be a smart thing to do to try and better yourself as much as possible, and obviously balance that with enjoyment and pleasure. But to try and be on an upwards, to try and be on an incline rather than a decline, is a sustainable way to live that should make your life better as things go on. But some people go on declines, unplanned declines, on-planned declines, not unplanned declines, planned declines. But to try and be on a why if no why. Now the project is ending, would you say it has been successful? If yes, why if no why? I'll only be able to answer that after January 1st, because it will be successful if I complete it. Would you ever throuple with Ethan and Davey? I'm asking because you seem really close. No, I would not. Say 5 words or phrases that would make Ethan nervous without explaining why. We talked about it on the stream a lot. I don't know. Ethan does get nervous about a lot of stuff, so those are the 2 that would come to mind. No slop, though. Yeah, there won't be any beans and sweet potatoes, so slop will be missing main ingredients. Definitely not Ethan. I don't see your question. This is a Q&A. That's a good question, chat. For B to appear, just watch her video special hangout with stream chat at the time this ends. That's a good question. Will the last moments of the stream be talking directly to the stream? That's a really good book. If you count me dating with Cheetah. But I don't have any problem with, like, before you're ready to date, but my opinions on being faithful are that you are stupid if you're in a relationship as dating. My opinions on being faithful. Yeah. We went to. Yeah, I think it's from the stream here and count me. My opinions on being faithful are that you are stupid, cheap. And I just think that it's I mean, so much of dating is so dumb, in my opinion, and I think a lot of it's a waste of time, and it's none of my business, but I don't like that. I don't like dumb things to get in the way of my life. So, it would not bother me. You just have to worry about, like, getting beat up or something. How am I wanting to whole those songs you apparently composed along with Wolf, just wondering. Yeah, I'll put it online somewhere and send it to you, GP. Your price goes down. Would you consider other not safe for work? Depends if they have nuts in them. Sometimes they do. If your price goes down, would you consider other not safe for work opportunities? I don't think I would. I'm pretty selective about, like, how I make money and stuff. Or like what I do with my time in general, and so I try to make sure that are weirder in doing this project, or someone who wants to think he's Ethan in doing this project are awesome. What impacts your life? So to say 5 nice and true things about Davey. Davey is very nice. She has a pretty impressive comprehension of statement because